Hi, welcome back. I know I said we'd be doing another one today. We will be, but I thought we'd finish this because we had a few issues last week and stuff. So here we go. So the painting that we're doing, for those who haven't been following, is Charlie the African elephant, and he's based at Pretoria Zoo in Africa. And the reference photo was taken by Clive Howard. So thank you to him. We are currently also supporting fundraising for the charity Wildlife, as well as my own personal projects, Project Africa Fair Feathers and Wild Endeavours, and Conquered, or Challenge as some people are calling it. So yeah, if you'd like to get involved with those, head over to LippyArt.tv to support those. Otherwise, let's get going. And feel free to ask any questions, uh, leave a comment or a chat, and my glamorous assistant Gemma will read them out.
Good afternoon, everybody.
So, we're really close to being finished on this one. Literally just got this area, and I'm not sure what I'm doing over here yet, but we'll think of something. We should have sound. If you can't hear us, well, I'd say yell out, but you probably can't hear me. So the soundbar appears to be moving though, so we're all good. First video I haven't left the mute on. So I'm drawing with charcoals. And right now we're just building up the lights and shades, which is basically all painting and drawing is. People look at the whole object and whatnot, and really all it is you drawing light and shade. These textures are great for elephant skin. Never thought I should have sent Jade a message, because she's messaged me twice to say I missed you again. If you've got it, you can do it, okay?
Yeah, I'll send one in a moment.
We do try and keep the channel website up to date with predicted dates, so definitely check that out. And also, if you subscribe to my channel, it should automatically notify you when you're on YouTube when I'm live. And don't worry if you're unable to support with like physical donations or anything, because even sharing our channel can help a great deal, and liking and subscribing, leaving comments, it all gets us out there basically. So yeah, and let us know if you've got any ideas on what you'd like to see in the future. So African elephants are actually one of the biggest land mammals. They can live up to 70 years, and they can grow up to 13 feet tall. which is just insane, and weigh up to 7 tons. Gemma's kind of our maths quiz, like, our maths genius, I mean, so maybe she can put that more into perspective. How much is 7 tons?
He will work it out for you. Seven tons is 6,350 kilograms, just over.
6,350 kilos.
Yeah. And in pounds, it is 14,000 pounds.
Or 14,000 pounds. That's insane. If anyone wonders why I repeat as well, I'm not actually sure if the speaker can pick up Gemma because she's behind it. So rather than you miss some really interesting facts, sometimes I'll repeat them. Did I show the picture of Charlie? I can't remember.
I'm not sure.
Well, just in case I didn't. This is Charlie. This is the references that I'm working from. Beautiful animal. If you've ever been to Pretoria Zoo, you'll probably recognise him because he's actually the elephant that waves his trunk at people when they wave at him. Which I just think is adorable.
I've just found another interesting fact.
Yeah?
The elephant, at full weight of 7 tons, is thought to be about as heavy as what the Tyrannosaurus Rex was.
The same weight as a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yeah. Now, I did not know that. That's really cool. I actually expected T-Rex to be a hell of a lot bigger.
It's worked out from the Tyrannosaurus specimen housed in the Field Museum of Natural History in Chicago, Illinois. And this particular Tyrannosaurus Rex is called Sue.
Sue.
And was estimated to weigh around 7.1 tons when alive.
Wow.
Sorry, 7.10 tons.
7.10 tons.
So yes, an elephant fully grown is around the same size as a fully grown T-Rex.
Now, what I want to know is how did they sex a T-Rex skeleton? Or is it an irony like the Johnny Cash song?
It could be.
I've just realised we've got no music.
Yeah, that's not good.
You might have to press the button because I'm not
And a hippopotamus is just over half the weight of an elephant.
Excuse me, I was just choking on charcoal.
Right.
Here. It could be that one or that one.
Battery 100%.
There we go.
Connected to LippyArt iPad.
No, iPhone please.
Connected to LippyArt iPhone.
Thank you. There's some kind of novelty about when devices talk to you and use your name. It's like, how do you know? And then you realise you're the one who wrote it in. Right. Shuffle. We've got a few more songs added as well, so we'll see what it does. Oh. Anyway, back to elephants. Yeah, we should also thank Zachary, Kibbee and Bullets and Octane for allowing us to use all of their music. We are so grateful. Well, I definitely am, because I don't like drawing in silence, I must admit. And don't forget, if you've got any questions, whether it's about the drawing or elephants or disability, I don't really care what, just send us a message. Keep it family friendly though. Tell you something, with COVID going on, it was very difficult to get hold of charcoal. We went to, well, I didn't go, but Gemma, bless her, tried how many shops?
Oh, about 4 or 5 different shops last week. Couldn't find them anywhere.
Eventually had to order them online and hurt, which is one of the reasons we kind of missed a few days of drawing as well. Because I was actually ended up where it was so short I was drawing it with my nose practically, which was quite funny, but probably not good results. Perils of mouth drawing. You don't want to smudge it with your hands. Well, Gemma's seen worse drawing materials on my face, haven't you?
Definitely.
Christmas glitter everywhere. Well, I will say, before I used, when I first started drawing, I never actually used an easel. And reaching over the table, I used to get smudge marks all down my neck and up my chin and around my mouth, where I'd been leaning on the paper. Probably the same problem like left-handed people get, I suppose, dragging your hand over.
Yeah.
But I looked more of a pillock because it was all over my face instead. Yeah, this one should be finished today, and I will post it on the social medias as well. So if you're following LippyArt on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, it will be on there at some point. And of course, there'll be some prints available. And all of the sales as well will support the projects and stuff what we've been talking about in these videos. So did you know that African elephants have kind of sparked a bit of debate lately? Basically, there's some scientists who think that there are actually 2 species And they've broken them down into savanna elephants and forest elephants. I'm not sure if it's officially been changed yet, or if it's still being debated. But there are some genetic differences they've found, which is quite interesting. And physical as well. And you can identify African elephants apart from Asian elephants because of their ears, mostly. Their African elephant's ear is actually shaped like the continent of Africa, which I found really interesting. And they are significantly bigger, and they've also got a different shaped back as well. So an African elephant, its back will curve like an arch, whereas an Asian elephant will have like a saddleback, like a horse. And they actually use those big flappy ears to keep themselves cool. They've got a lot of blood vessels and whatnot that basically help radiate the heat out and cool their body down. But one of my most favourite facts about them, and I apologise if you heard this on the last video, but I find it fascinating, is their trunk has 40,000 muscles. And how many did we say were in the human body?
Check it. I'm sure it was only around 200, 300.
I should have wrote it down actually. I'm much better at remembering animals than people, I'll be honest.
650 named skeletal muscles.
So the whole human body has 650 muscles on average, and just the elephant's trunk has 40,000. Just to put that into perspective, that's just
Huge difference.
yeah. It's one of those facts that just blows your mind a little bit. Do we have any questions or anything yet?
Sarah said hi, our fellow carer.
Alright.
She says she can't wait to see it finished.
Hi Sarah. So yeah, have you got any questions? I'm going to try and move the boat, but it's solid. It's fused to the easel. I both love and hate these end bits because they really get you back. But it also means you get to see it nearly finished. So yeah, it's like a love-hate relationship. Trying to think of all the facts. So elephants.
Posting this,
Sorry?
posting this to get
Okay.
to share this, and then I will sort my facts out for you.
That's okay. Oh, I thought one. Elephants are matriarchal species, which means they are ruled. Actually, the whole herd is pretty much female, except for babies that are too young to leave the parents. And basically, it's normally the eldest female who leads the herd because she's got the most experience. She's considered like the wise one, so to speak. And she has this immense geographical knowledge. She's memorized locations all over their territory where they can find water and food and where they need to migrate to, and all the younger elephants have to learn from her. And they're massively intelligent animals. When the males reach sexual maturity, normally they'll either leave the herd or they'll leave the herd, but they'll either live solitary or they will make their own little bachelor herd of all males, which is a bit like the equivalent of going to college. I think they kind of just make their own little posse to run around with and cause havoc and enjoy themselves.
As they do.
You are?
As they all do.
As they all do. And what else? Yeah, their gestation, which means how long they're pregnant for. They actually last 22 months, so almost 2 years they're carrying their baby.
8 months are long enough, right?
8 months are long enough, you say.
I didn't even go full term. That was bad enough.
Just think, 22 months. And when the baby's born, it weighs approximately 200 pounds. And generally they don't even lay down either, so they've got that massive drop at 200 pounds to the ground. It's quite crazy.
Very rare that an elephant lays down at all anyway.
They do like to like mud bathe and stuff like that and have a bath, but other than that they generally
sleep stood up the majority of the time.
Yeah, I think they're a bit like horses. Sometimes they can lay down for a deep.
They do, but only for a short period. They can't.
Because they're heavy, isn't it?
Yeah,
and it affects.
they crush themselves basically.
And they only have 2 calves. Well, normally 1, sometimes 2 calves every 4 years. Which is one of the reasons that they struggle to recover from things like poaching.
We have a question.
We have a question.
From the lovely Jamie, Sarah's other half.
Alright.
He says, how don't you go cross-eyed drawing that close up?
How do I go cross-eyed? I actually do sometimes. It's mostly a case of taking yourself back from the drawing and checking what you're doing and then going back in. And that also helps. Even if you're drawing by hand, because you can get focused on one bit and overdo it, and then all of a sudden the painting looks unbalanced, or the drawing. But yeah, definitely. It's one of the reasons why we were delayed finishing this, because my pencil... Have you got the little pencil? I'll show him.
Indeed.
The pencil I actually ended up with was this long. And I really can't do it. The shorter the pencil got, the more cross-eyed I got. It's quite funny for Gemma. And my nose gets in the way as well if it's too short. Where are they? This bit. Sometimes you can get kind of disorientated with it as well, which is why you've got to pull back and compare your reference. You end up falling into the trap of drawing what you think you see rather than what is actually there. Conscious of my big head blocking so nothing you can see. So, another interesting fact is that before Europeans actually started settling in Africa, there were thought to be approximately 26 million elephants roaming at that point in time. And when Europeans went over there, they kicked off the ivory trade. And by the early 20th century, I think, there were only 10 million left. And we didn't actually introduce a global ban on ivory until 1989, which is quite a long time to leave a species struggling. Today, approximately, we have 400,000 left, and it's thought that 27,000 of those are still being killed every year, which really is not sustainable. Right, let's get some smudging. So these, I honestly can't remember the name of them, but they're basically rubber tipped, and they're great if you don't have use for your fingers, but to be honest, even if you do, it's better to use things like this because the oils in your hands can degrade paper over time. So your drawing or painting might not last as long in history.
Your love, so don't you bring me tears. Now that you're gone, I sing a song for you.
Can't quite tell on this as well, but it's really dusty as charcoal. Like, I end up with black arms by the end of these demo sessions. This is actually very tightly rolled up paper, and it's also very good for smudging. And just blending bits in and making the gradients less harsh.
I see a lot of pain in your eyes. I seen them break down in your disguise. I seen a lot of love in your heart, but now it's been torn apart. And now that you're gone, I'll sing a song for you.
One interesting thing scientists are finding is that in certain areas of Africa where the poaching is very high, elephants are actually evolving to basically they're born without tusks, so they're of no value to the poachers and they survive. And because every now and again there was always one that was born with no tusks, and they were the survivors. Obviously that gene is passed on more frequently now. So it might end up in a few years' time that we won't have elephants with tusks at all. They'll all evolve to be without.
We have another question from Jamie.
We've got a question from Jamie.
Why do elephants have tails? Is it so their babies have something to hold on to when they cross the road?
When they cross the road. That's great. Elephants have tails as fly swats mostly. Africa's full of mosquitoes. Another reason is also probably less nice, but they also actually flick their poo and spread it sometimes, like hippos, which actually fertilizes all around it, land around them. So it's actually really good for the environment. Babies do sometimes play with the tails, though, I'll be honest. I have seen babies playing with the tails.
I'd play with it if I had a tail.
I think we all would, wouldn't we? It's like, oh, look, it's there. I need a sharper point, please.
Sharp point.
I'll use my backup. Yeah, you'll find most animals, their tails are basically just glorified fly swats. And communication sometimes, certain species. They rely a lot on body language, and it wouldn't surprise me if elephants also use their tails for communication. I don't quite know. It might be something I'll look up later and get back to you on, actually. I know they often communicate through basically like a secret language that we can't hear. They're low frequency. Thank you. Low frequency sounds that vibrate through the ground, and they can feel it through their feet. And it's quite an advanced language too. They can communicate quite a lot of information through that method. Make sure that dark's nice and dark against the trunk so the trunk stands out a bit more. Another thing that's quite surprising as well, despite all the struggles these elephants have, 70% of their territories still are not protected. And a lot of people create things like farmland through their migration routes, and then obviously complain when the elephants walk through their crops and flatten them. And when they come into conflict, obviously it can become very dangerous for people and the elephants. But one thing that they have found is that elephants are terrified of bees. Even the sound of bees will send elephants running. I think we discussed this last time, didn't we?
We did.
On the trunk, it's very...
Yeah, this is how we came across the fact that the trunk has so many nerves.
Yeah.
And we figure this is why they're so afraid of bees and
Yeah, so
smaller
basically
animals.
they've got
Very
loads of
sensitive.
nerve endings in their trunk 'cause they use them like hands, like we do. And yeah, so anything with basically with a stinger they really don't like, and bees tend to swarm and do it en masse. So farmers have started putting beehives around the perimeter of their farmlands so that the elephants have to walk around it and the work day go through it. And I think it's genius because it means no animals need to be shot, and the farmers also benefit because bees produce honey and they can sell that. So they earn good money that way as well.
Big shout out to JD Babs. Hello!
Oh, she finally made it!
She's made it!
Hi, JD!
And our next question, which I could actually answer this, I know the answer to it.
You know the answer.
We have one saying, do females and male elephants have different names like hens and cockerels? Well, I can answer that. Yes, they do. A female is a cow and a male is a bull.
Just like cattle.
Yes.
And the babies are calves as well, I think.
They are, yes. The babies are calves.
I think you might have to Google because I'm out of facts in my head.
Okay.
And on my cheat sheet.
I did come across something that was with regard to the species of African elephants that there are.
Alright.
Which there are two. The bush African elephant.
Oh, they're the debated ones, aren't they? Savannah
Yes.
and bush.
And the forest.
Oh,
That's
forest,
what it's
yeah.
called, yeah. Now, big differences size-wise.
I'm assuming Savannah's the biggest.
Yeah, the bush is the biggest.
Oh, the bush is the biggest.
7 tons. And then you have the African forest elephant, which is only 2,700 kilograms.
No.
It's
2,700.
around a third of the size of the bush elephant.
Bless their cotton socks.
Now here's one for you. Jamie would like to know, are elephants actually scared of mice?
There's no evidence to suggest that. Like I said, normally it's to do with things that sting or bite, so insects are a big no-no, but mice I don't think bother them at all. That was a fallacy brought up by Disney with Dumbo.
Yeah, it's. I just had a look, and from the research that's been done, it's more the surprise of the mouse itself.
Yeah, once they realise it's a mouse, it's...
Yeah, it's fine once it knows it's a mouse, but yeah, it's the shock of something moved quickly near them.
Because they can't move quickly away, probably.
Yes.
Because they're one of the only animals that can't jump or anything like that, so they can get some speed up though when they do start running, but it takes them a bit and they can't run for very long, I don't think.
But yeah, there are no actual evidence to back up the claims that they are scared of them fully, but it is also thought that they also will be wary of them and move away just for the fact that mice will quite happily nibble on their feet, and they will also climb up the trunk.
They'll climb up the trunk?
The trunk of an elephant, which is another reason why they don't appreciate being around a mouse.
As if a mouse would even dare to climb up a trunk. That's quite funny. So yeah, they don't like them if they climb on them either.
But yeah, the main thing that they are afraid of is bees and swarms of bees. As you say, the sound will send them running in the opposite direction. Another thing that they are quite scared of is ants.
Scared of ants. That doesn't surprise me actually, because their bites are evil.
They hate ants. And yet again, it's believed because it is because of the sensitivity of the trunk.
You think they basically pick things up with their nostrils? They've got like they've got muscles at the end of their trunk that's basically, well, for African elephants it's like 2 fingers, and for Asian elephants it's 1 finger that folds down, and that's basically what they use to manipulate everything. So not only can an ant sting the actual fingers, but they can also like go up the nostrils as well, which probably isn't that pleasant.
Another fact is elephants are a keystone species.
Keystone species. That means that they are essential for keeping their environment healthy. So everything they do to survive, they actually benefit the world around them. Like every time they push over trees or flatten plant life, they're actually creating paths so that other smaller animals can get to places more easily. They also are massive fertilizers. Their diet is very full of seeds and stuff like that. So when they poo, they spread new plants everywhere as well. And I can't think of any more examples. I've gone blank.
It basically says that their whole ecosystem is reliant on an elephant for their survival. From dung beetles to the trees to all the other animals around them. Without an elephant, their ecosystem will not survive. And this has been proven in areas that once had elephants, which don't have any more, have now become desert land.
Interesting. So it's even more important to protect them, not just because we like elephants, but because we could lose a lot of African landscape and savanna, and
a lot of the desert
wildlife
that is there because the elephants have been driven out of it. The ecosystem can only survive with the elephants present.
So no elephants literally leads to deserts.
Yes. It leads to certain death for all the other animals in the area because the ecosystem can't survive without. We do have another question. How far do elephants walk a day? Now I did find the answer to that.
I did know that.
Yes, we did have the answer to this not so long ago. I will get it up in a second.
We're on it. We're finding it now because I've gone blank. But I did actually know that off the top of my head.
Yes, we did. We had it the last time we were live.
It's one of those when you're asked all of a sudden you forget, don't you?
They can walk up to 195 kilometres per day, although on average it's usually only around 25 kilometres.
So
95 is what they're able to walk.
So 195 kilometres is what they're able to walk, but they generally only walk
25.
25. How many is that in miles? Because I don't know kilometres very well.
I will check. 25. Miles.
And to be honest, the distance to walk is normally dependent on things like resources available, breeding, things like that. So they walk that certain distance as a necessity to find food, water, or a mate. If they're closer, they may not walk that as far.
So 25 kilometres is 15.5 miles.
So 25 kilometres, 15.5 miles.
But they can walk up to 121 miles.
121 miles. That's quite a big distance, isn't it?
Yeah, that's like going to Leeds and back.
From Leeds to Hull.
Yep, I'm back again. And the answer to your next question, Sarah, is no, they definitely can't, and not unless you put them on an aeroplane or with a parachute.
Ah, can elephants fly?
That's the one. The mass wouldn't allow them to, unfortunately.
While you guys are on, can you hear Gemma okay? Because the microphone's pointing the opposite way to me, obviously, and I was just curious how clearly you can hear her.
Hello?
Just leave a message.
Can you hear me out there?
You want to do your testing,
1, 2, 3.
Can you see?
No one's responded to the question, but JD Bob says elephants can dance.
Elephants can dance.
No, Sarah, a magic feather will not make them dance, darling. I'm very sorry. Will not make them fly, sorry. It might make them dance.
Yeah, magic feathers just aren't.
Yeah, JD says it's all good. She can hear me. Yay!
The only dancing that I can think of is the one that they do when they're not kept in the right sort of environment. It's quite a sad dance. They do it out of boredom because they're going a bit mental. Like they'll take a step forward and a step back. Something repetitive. They call it stereotypic behaviour. But you've also got to bear in mind as well that stereotypic behaviours are also present when there's an expectation for something. So in zoos you might see it at a certain time of day, and normally that certain time of day is when they're expecting the keeper to go and feed them. And they're like, yay, food time! And they'll start doing it. It's just like when we do this, so I'll get really excited and in anticipation. But if they do it for long periods of time, there's probably a problem that needs sorting.
Oh, I've upset Sarah now telling her elephants can't fly.
You've upset them.
I'm sorry.
Just think of the devastation an elephant would make if it landed on your house. I mean, really, Sarah, you should be glad they can't fly.
Imagine the landing process for an elephant.
I can imagine them just like, boom,
Yeah.
face first.
This is
Kick
how
up the air.
earthquakes are made. Elephants landing.
And this is how pseudoscience is made, by people saying this for a joke.
Yeah.
And someone going, oh my god, yes!
But yeah, there is actually one elephant that did fly with a parachute.
Oh, there is!
Yes.
One elephant did fly. If you've ever seen the film Dumbo Drop, they actually transported an elephant in an aeroplane. I can't remember what country it was in. I think it was Asia, wasn't it? Somewhere.
Yeah, it was war-stricken anyway at the time, wasn't it?
It was only an Asian elephant, I remember that. And it was something to do with keeping the peace. I can't remember the exact details because it's been years since I've seen the film, but yeah, they basically had to airlift this elephant and parachute it down to this village. Craziness, but it's a great story and I highly recommend if you can look it up. Because I genuinely can't remember the fine details of it.
Sarah says, I wonder if they would have better special awareness than me if they could fly.
Spatial awareness.
Spatial awareness, that's the one.
To be honest, I wouldn't be convinced that elephants have good spatial awareness on the ground.
They haven't, 'cause they just destroy everything around them to get through.
They tend to just... Well, Sarah knows Karma. She just pushes things when they're in the way, and
Elephants
Karma's my dog, for those who don't know. But yeah, elephants are a bit like that. Like they'll be like, oh look, a tree, dumps.
bulldoze everything.
And you'd think that was destructive, but it actually does help the environment because it helps new plants grow and everything else like that. But yeah, I'd say they're spatially aware in the sense of the things you can train are very specific. I mean, to begin with, they don't crush their zookeepers. I know a lot of it's distance work, but there's points when you've got to like reach through the bars to take blood and things like that, and they don't like squash
The thing is,
vets against the bars or anything.
they must have spatial awareness in the fact that when you went to stroke that one, it knew you couldn't reach, and so it moved itself so that you could reach, but not to the point where it was bending the fence.
Gemma's actually talking about Woburn Safari Park.
There was only a thin wooden fence between you both, but she made sure that you could reach her, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is on Disney at the moment. Dumbo Drop.
Dumbo Drop. Yeah, it is on Disney. That's where I saw it.
Yeah, good film, watch it.
It was a huge military operation that nobody I don't think had ever done before.
I don't think anything like it's been done since either, to be honest.
Probably not. And the only way they could keep the animal calm was because it really trusted this one little boy from the village it came from. So they actually took him with it. And he went in the aeroplane to keep her calm.
Okay, take care, safe drive.
Who's that?
Sarah, she has to leave us for now.
Hi Sarah. Hope you enjoyed it. Hit subscribe. It's a good job you thought of Dumbo Drop.
Yes.
You got any more questions, Jude? Or just chat?
Now or forever hold my peace.
Or forever I'll be cutting for pieces. Have we got any more interesting facts to share? Trying to think.
Just looking over.
You'll see me bounce around the drawing a lot, even though I'm doing this as the last bit. I'm like, ooh, that bit needs doing again. It's just me being picky. Take the chair a bit. I'm getting lower and lower down the page.
Oh, just a little fact about the trunk of the elephant. It is the most sensitive organ found on any mammal in the world.
The most sensitive on any mammal in the world.
Yeah.
So that must include people as well, because we're mammals.
Yeah. Asian elephants have been seen to pick up a peanut, shell it, they'll blow the shell out with the trunk, but then eat the nut. They can keep the nut
That's really cool.
within the nose and blow the shell out at the same time.
For those who have use of your hands, just try that with just a finger and your thumb. Shell a peanut and get rid of the shell without using your other hand. And yeah,
And keep hold of the
and keep
peanut
hold of
without
the
dropping
peanut
it.
the whole time without dropping it. Because that's an amazing skill for an elephant.
Obviously, the elephants use the trunks to suck up water for drinking and washing. It can also contain up to 8 litres of water in the trunk.
Carry up to 8 litres.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they will also use the trunk like a snorkel.
I've seen that.
When they're swimming.
Holding it over the heads, yeah. They've actually been seen swimming in the ocean as well doing that. Snorkeling.
Yes, I agree there, JD. It is too hot for painting outside in the garden.
It's too hot generally. We're in a log cabin right now and it's like... It
Melting.
it absorbs all of the heat and then it keeps it there when it gets cooler as well, so you just don't cool down. I'm considering it training for Africa when we finally do get there. We don't even have a fan in here.
The skin of an elephant is 2.5 centimetres thick in some places. The folds and wrinkles in their skin can retain up to 10 times more water than flat skin does, so than our skin would.
So the wrinkles in the skin are actually probably evolutionary so that they can travel across deserts and things like that without getting dehydrated.
It is. They've adapted to having more wrinkles to keep them cool. It also says here that those that are in hotter climates, the elephants in the hotter climates have more wrinkles. Those
That
in
makes
cooler
sense.
climates have smoother skin.
I've just got this image of an elephant in my head with like really, really smooth baby skin.
I suppose evolutionary, it probably would happen if
the planet cooled.
Yeah.
But it's getting hotter at the minute, so we're going to see more saggy elephants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I suppose they'd return to more mammoth-like if they were in the colder climates, because I'd have thought they'd grow more hair.
It's quite interesting as well when you think that in humans, normally it's a sign of dehydration.
Yes.
When we get wrinkled skin.
But for them
it's the opposite.
Yeah. Right. So food-wise, an elephant is constantly eating. Yeah, I can relate to that. It needs at least 150 kilograms of food per day. Now, to put that into perspective, that's around 375 tins of baked beans.
375 tins of baked beans.
Yeah. Although half of the food an elephant eats will leave the body undigested.
Yes, and that's why they're known for eating their own poo. Because, as gross as it sounds, they can redigest it all over again and get more nutrients out of it.
But yes, they spend over around 3/4 of their day eating.
3/4 of the day eating. It's like some people are now during quarantine.
Yeah, it's been tough. It's been tough. It's alright when you've got 3 kids and they eat it all for you. Can't have nout in my house.
The kids steal it all.
Yep.
To be honest, I think baby elephants are a lot like that too. Constantly trying to chew on different things to see if they're edible.
And you know, through these past few weeks we've been studying the elephants and this side of it, I've come to realise humans and elephants are quite alike.
We are quite alike. We form emotional relationships like elephants, and they grieve over the dead in the same way. In a similar way, anyway.
They do. They do.
And one sad fact that we did actually find out last week was most elephants don't die of old age. they die because their teeth fail them. So basically, at some point, they get to the last set of teeth in their life, and once those teeth go, they starve.
Oh yes, yeah, that was the interesting fact, wasn't it?
It's interesting, but it's so sad.
It is that
Someone please be an elephant dentist. Just make that your career.
yeah, they have several sets of teeth, but once they get to that last set, that's it for them. They can no longer sustain their life.
I suppose that's how much eating they do, though, isn't it?
Yes. Here's another one. A newborn calf can stand within 20 minutes of being born. I wish my kids would.
That's quite
That'd be
interesting,
nice.
isn't it? 20 minutes, they're on their feet and almost, well, they're still reliant on their parents, but pretty much independent with regards to locomotion. Their trunks, they're found really hard to get the hang of using.
Yeah, they swing it all
They
over.
swing them around and slap themselves a lot of the times before they actually learn how to use their trunks, and it's adorable to watch.
Here's another one for you. The elephant's temporal lobe, the area of the brain associated with memory, is larger and denser than that of people. Which is hence why they say an elephant never forgets. In proportion, it's a larger and denser area to any other.
The memory part of the brain is larger than ours.
Right.
Whether or not they do never forget is debated.
Right, I will just attend to the door.
Say hi to Grandma for me.
I will.
You know it's Grandma. Bless. She's forgotten.
Yeah.
Say hello to everyone.
Hello.
You're all watching.
What day is it today?
On Saturday.
Because I was thinking of Brenda's birthday. It was yesterday, wasn't it?
When is it? August. I thought it was the 16th.
It is.
No, you've got a few weeks yet.
Is that
next week. Yeah.
Next Friday?
Sorry,
Yeah.
it won't be long.
But she said it was a week on Friday.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
it's,
that's all right.
Grandma,
What?
you're live to several people right now.
Oh, I am, am I?
You are. You're
the
looking
camera's
right at the
there.
camera there.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you either do a dance and a tap dance, or
No, I am. I'm going out. I'm gonna
I
have
think
a cup of
everyone would love to see a
I'm
tap
gonna have
dance.
a cup of tea.
You enjoy your cup of tea.
I am. So,
Yeah.
Have you had something to eat?
Yeah, we've all eaten.
Right.
All right, thank you.
That breeze was nice though.
It was.
Woo.
You wouldn't believe we've got a sign on the door saying we're live streaming, now would you?
No, I've got a big sign on the door. Currently live, please do not disturb. She never reads them, bless her.
I'm going to annoy you. If she's buffering, so if we start talking, she's not going to know whether it's the buffering or us.
Let us know when you're back, Jade, and you've stopped buffering.
So,
We'll repeat that last one for you if you didn't hear it.
here's a very, very sad fact. Around 90% of African elephants have been wiped out in the past century alone.
90% of elephants wiped out.
Of the African elephant has been wiped out. Obviously, this
Not
is...
even all elephants, just African.
No, just African elephants. Obviously, this is largely due to the ivory trade.
Yeah,
And
China's a big player in that. Although they have made a ban, I think.
yeah,
2015, I think.
yes.
Yeah.
Which has only left around 415,000 wild elephants alive today.
What's that, 4,000?
415,000.
415,000.
That's across.
The whole country.
Yeah. Asian elephants are also under threat and have declined by at least 50% in the last 3 generations. And it is
Can you shout them,
estimated
please?
that there are only 45,000 Asian elephants left in the world.
Have we got any more dark? What, I did? Yeah,
Yeah, you should have.
yeah, I've got one. Can I steal a drink, please? Sorry. Mid-sharpen.
Without poking an eye out, I don't.
Thank you. Right. Oh god, I'm melting.
It's okay, you're not over. It won't melt fully.
He's magical, he won't melt.
He has his own fluid.
So yeah, in case you missed that last bit with your buffering, the emotional area of the brain in an elephant is, did you say 50 times? I can't remember now.
Yes, yeah, it's around.
It's around double the size of ours, which is where the phrase comes from, so that an elephant never forgets. And it's not that they never forget, it's just
Their
their
memories more
immense.
vast.
And they can recognise individual human faces as well, I believe. There's evidence in the wild that elephants recognise the difference between people who have done them harm in the past and people who have helped them. So they'll actually quite often go seek out like certain areas where they know a vet has been working to save animals, and they'll kind of hang around that area if they've got injuries, or which is quite interesting.
Here's another interesting fact about the elephant's trunk. The elephant's trunk alone weighs 400 pounds.
The elephant's trunk weighs 400 pounds.
That's on its own, yes.
That's insane.
And that 400 pound large trunk can pick up things as small as grains of rice.
I've seen one pick up a penny off the floor.
Yeah. Going back to the recognition, elephant can also recognise itself in a mirror.
Ah, I didn't know they had self-recognition.
They join humans, apes and dolphins as the only animals with self-awareness.
I was going to say it's a very limited trait.
It is.
It's not seen much in the animal kingdom at all, self-awareness.
Unlike us, an elephant can have babies until they are around 50 years old. So they do have a point where they stop having children.
50 years old.
Yes.
I'm assuming like us, 50 is quite uncommon as well for a lot of.
Yeah, that's the oldest they will get to. Baby elephants are actually born blind.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Baby elephants are born blind.
Yeah.
I always thought they could see. Interesting.
It's why they stay so close to their mothers and hold the mother's tail.
You often see elephants hugging as well, and using the trunks as a way to either guide another elephant or as a sign of affection. Just like we use our hands.
Yes, elephants will link trunks and hug. An elephant's eyelashes can be up to 5 inches long.
That does not surprise me. It's reminding me to darken the eyelashes.
It's quite an interesting fact, and you wouldn't actually think it would be this animal that's related, but the closest living relative to an elephant is a hyrax,
A hyrax.
which resembles a large guinea pig with a grouchy looking overbite.
Similar to a capybara, is it? Oh no, it's nothing like a capybara.
We'll show it.
Oh wow, yeah.
This is the closest living relative to... Can you see?
To an elephant.
To an elephant. Looks nothing like an elephant to me, but apparently they are quite closely related.
That's crazy. It makes the whole fear of mice thing even more ironic, really, doesn't it? The fact that we thought that, because they're pretty much very similar in features.
Yes.
It's like, of course I'm not scared of mice. My cousin's one.
But yes, although, as we said earlier, that elephants can't jump, they are able to balance very well on two legs.
Yes, they are. They can do interesting acrobatics like handstands and.
Yeah, it's obviously it's a lot of the reason why they were used for circus acts a long time ago.
They actually use their trunk a lot as a counterbalance as well.
They do.
Or as a support.
Here's an interesting fact. In 2015, in Indonesia, elephants were trained to fight fires. And they also helped by carrying crews and equipment to the remote areas of the forest fires.
That's really cool. Use the speciality of the elephant to help save the environment.
Elephants yawn when they get tired.
That's quality shared by a lot of animals.
Yes.
It's also something debated as to what triggers it. It's often seen in social animals, which is quite interesting. Have we got any comments?
No, not as yet. Did you know we're coming up to World Elephant Day as well?
Are we?
Yes.
I thought it had gone actually.
No, it is Sunday from 9 to 10. Wednesday is.
Wednesday is World Elephant Day.
Yes. August the 12th. Now here's an awful fact. There were 24,000 African elephants poached last year alone.
24,000. It's thought that on average, that's about the amount that are killed every year from poaching. And that's not including things like habitat destruction as well. It's quite dire. But the charity that we're actually working with during this demonstration, the donations that go to them do actually go towards rescue, rehab and release projects. They work all over the world helping rehabilitate wildlife and also give jobs to locals to help and basically educate about how to take care of the environment, and I just think it's a really good cause. So yeah, if you'd like to help support that, and obviously my projects too, LippyArt.tv for anyone who's interested. And if you're unable to donate, then even sharing this video, liking, commenting, subscribing to my channel, it all helps. So we hope to be able to get to a point where if we have enough subscribers, we can actually get this channel sponsored. And any charities that we're working with on each video that I mention will also benefit from that. We aim to have a different charity per drawing. Or painting. I'll just say per creation, because you never know what we'll do next. Let's face it. It might not be either. It might be doing. I'm actually doing a time lapse at the minute, recording myself beading, which should be uploaded at some point. It's just taken me a really long time, and the only place I can do it with decent enough light is the conservatory, which is just impossible in this weather. It's too hot.
Oh, here's a little interesting fact. Elephants are the same as us with being a lefty or a righty.
You can be left-handed or right-handed. Well, I'm assuming footed.
No, elephants are the same way with their trunk.
Oh, right.
Some favour. Some are lefties and others are righties. They favour the tusk when fighting over elephants, and certain things of swinging the trunk. They'll prefer to swing it in a certain direction.
That's interesting. You'd think with it being central that they wouldn't, but yeah. Andrew, I suppose it's like my mouth. I'm right-mouthed.
This is why most elephants, when you look at their tusks, one will be shorter than the other.
Oh,
whichever is the shorter is whichever they prefer.
They are.
Yeah.
And they also use the tusks to do things like dig up riverbeds when in the dry season, so the water comes to the surface, and that also benefits other animals because then they've got a place to drink. And they use the tusks as well, I think, for like scraping.
Yes, they use it for taking bark off trees and stripping leaves.
And all a tusk is an outturned tooth. That's it. There's no medicinal properties or anything else. The reason why people kill them is because they believe that that's what they have, but it isn't. It's just tooth. If those properties worked, we could probably yank our rat out and use them instead, you know?
Yep, elephants have slow pulse rate. A very, very slow pulse rate.
Slow pulse rate?
They only have 27 beats per minute.
Wow, that
which
is
compared to the human, which is an average of 80 beats per minute, it's a vast difference. Or a canary has 1,000 beats per minute.
And interestingly, normally that's connected to lifespan as well. So, like, the slower your pulse, the longer you live.
Well, there was a fact of.
I think tortoises are quite slow as well, if I remember right.
Yes, they are very. Yeah, the oldest elephant recorded lived to be 86, I think it said.
The oldest elephant was 86.
Yes. But yes, that's, I would say, it's more due to the fact that they're unable to eat any more than they've actually ate.
Yeah. That one might have been captive as well, was it?
I'm not sure. I'd have thought so, to be able to keep track on the age.
Just thinking, because they could potentially like accommodate the tooth loss through like blending food up and like we do.
Yes.
And stuff like that. So you may find captive elephants actually live longer than, depending on where they're kept and how they're kept, of course. But yeah.
But yeah, it's the teeth that cause them problems.
And I suppose in a zoo as well, they would actually have a dentist.
Well, yes, it says that here that going back to the speed of an elephant, even though they are so large, they can reach around 25 miles per hour or 40 kilometers per hour.
25 miles.
Yeah.
40
But even when it's running at its fastest, it will always keep at least 1 foot on the floor.
Yeah, they can walk really fast, but they can't actually gallop.
No.
It's impressive that they can get more than 2 feet off the ground though. They can run with just one on the ground.
Same as a different thing that. An Asian elephant has 1 more toenail on each foot than African elephants.
I didn't know that one.
Asian elephants have 5 toes on the front and 4 on the back, while African elephants have 4 on the front and 3 on the back.
An extra toenail.
Yeah. I didn't know that either. The tusks of an Asian elephant obviously are a lot smaller than an African elephant.
Yeah.
They aren't actually called tusks. They're usually around 1 to 2 inches long and are called tushies.
Tushies.
Yeah.
Is that where the term for teeth, tushy pegs, comes from?
Probably. Probably.
Is that just Asian elephant?
Yes, that's in the Asian because they have smaller tusks, so they call them tushies.
Oh bless. That's adorable. I love that name. Didn't realise it was a legit word.
But now you can't sit still, you gotta do something all the time now. And when you got no guts, then you got no will. And all you want is another thrill.
I didn't know this either. In addition to the familiar trumpeting blast that an elephant is known for, an elephant can also purr like a cat.
Didn't the Asian one do it when she was stood next to us?
So I couldn't tell you. I didn't really notice it as a pair, but yes, they can.
It's kind of like a rumble, isn't it?
Yeah, they pair like cats do.
Does it mean the same thing? Is it a pleasure related?
Yes.
Interesting thing as well is sounds like that, which are normally produced out of pleasure, animals will actually produce them during stressful times as well to self-soothe themselves. So like cat owners will probably notice if the cat doesn't like the vet and they take him to the vet, sometimes the cat purrs, but it doesn't mean it likes what's happening. It's basically going to itself, everything's fine, I'm gonna be okay. And it won't surprise me if elephants probably do the same.
Yeah, it's
Do we have any questions?
no, not as yet.
Remember, you don't have to stick to the subject of elephants. You can literally ask me anything, as long as it's family friendly, because of last time. Yeah, ask me anything about either wildlife, disability, me, the drawing, and anything else. I'll try and, if I don't know the answer, I will find out.
So not only do elephants obviously mourn their dead upon their death, and the whole herd will gather and mourn together,
Yeah.
but also, excuse me a moment,
We seem to have a caller.
we have a caller at the door.
If you can try and shut it if she wants to chat there, because it throws the light off the camera.
Yeah, can you send
I'm not finished yet.
At the moment, she's still doing a live stream.
Oh,
Say hello to everyone.
hello.
Don't read it out because people will hear you on the
No.
internet and they can. Yeah, don't do
I'm
that.
not sure. It could be. We might have to ring her tomorrow then. I'll check it. Yeah, we'll get one to her, don't we?
I was just aware she was about to read out a phone number or something. Or an address.
Address. It's a week away, we'll get it there.
Right, back to our facts.
A little fact. Yeah, not only will they mourn them upon their death, but if they pass a place where a loved one has died, they will stop in their tracks and they will pause for a moment and mourn again with their head down in the area that their relatives
So
are.
it's basically like a place to move, like a
Yeah.
grave site almost.
It is, yes. If the bones of the elephant are still there, they will.
They touch them, don't they?
Yeah, they will touch the bones as they pass as a mark of respect.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So, here's another interesting fact. Although elephants have such a large cortex in their brain, they aren't actually born with survival skills.
No, they learn it
Like-
from their parents.
Yes, this is it. Like us, they learn new skills from their parents and older elephants in the early years of their life.
And that's actually a trend that's seen through almost every intelligent species, from dolphins to primates, elephants, humans, any animals with kind of advanced intelligence tend to need to learn from their parents or other relatives about how to live. I'm sorry, I've got paper in my mouth. My stump's falling apart. My paper stump. And yeah, it's basically part of development, and a lot of that is actually because if they were born with the size brain that they needed to do everything that an adult does, they wouldn't probably be able to pass out of the birth canal. So it's kind of an evolutionary favour, I guess, to the poor mother. £200 is already big enough, let's face it. So yeah, your brain, I know in humans, your brain doesn't actually stop developing until you reach 25 years of age. And it wouldn't surprise me if elephants are quite similar. I don't know that for sure. But I actually found that out on another good YouTube channel which I recommend called It's Okay to Be Smart. Really interesting facts on that. That fact came from his video called Why Are Babies Born Less Smart? Yeah.
Yes, there we are. The oldest elephant on record was an Asian elephant named Ling Wang and died at 86 years old.
Is that the oldest one?
That's the oldest one. The expectancy is between 60 and 70 years, and it does state here this isn't due to the age, it is due to the fact that the teeth fall out and they can no longer sustain nutrition.
Oh, listen, I'm getting my back.
You're getting low to the bottom now, aren't you?
I know. Getting a bit of a sweat on as well, which doesn't help.
It's also come to be learnt that elephants, obviously they migrate to find food sources seasonally.
Yeah.
They've also now started to only move during the night to avoid poachers.
That makes sense. That's a learnt behaviour,
It
isn't it?
is.
It'll be passed on probably from generations as well.
Yeah. And they have made their own migration routes to avoid poachers as well.
So they've learnt where people hang out and avoid them.
They have. They've learned to go around rather than through them.
The problem with that is that people are also quite smart and change their behaviour.
They do.
But it's good that they're learning to... Oh, one thing I did actually learn, they're actually training elephants to track poachers. Their sense of smell is immense, it's better than most dogs. And because they can move through the bush so easily, so basically the poaching patrol can actually ride them as well. Yeah, they can go through water and forest and everything like that and track the poachers, so it's like, it's this weird kind of justice to me. You get caught and arrested by an elephant.
But yeah, one South African study found that elephants are capable of transporting seeds up to 40 miles away.
Wow. Presumably through dung.
Yeah. Which, again, in turn shows why they're so important for the ecosystem.
Well, yeah, you think, for, what is it,
40 miles.
40 miles. So yeah, they can... How many seeds are transported on average, does it say?
And no, I haven't come across that as yet. sure it will be in this somewhere. Oh, there's an interesting one. Well, we've mentioned how much food an elephant eats, but water, it drinks around 30 to 50 gallons of water per day.
30 to 50 gallons of water. And that's not including what it stores in its skin.
No, but it doesn't actually drink through its trunk. It will suck it up and then spray it into the mouth.
Like a faucet.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people think that elephants drink through the trunk, and it's more used like a tool, like we use cups.
Yeah, they use it like a straw. They'll fill the straw up and then blow it back into the mouth.
Yeah. Giant hose pipe. Just working out where my shade is. Don't get confused.
So,
do we have any comments? Or...
No, not as yet. So, going back to the fact of how many have been wiped out.
Yeah.
We have a statistic here that says African elephants in the 1900s were estimated to be in their millions.
God.
While there are only around 100, while there were only around 100,000 Asian elephants.
Yeah.
Now, according to today, we're down to 700,000 African elephants-ish in the wild and 32,000 Asian elephants.
32,000 Asian elephants.
Yeah. But yeah, in 1989, CITES, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, banned the international ivory trade. Yet poaching for ivory has steadily increased, with 800,000 African elephants killed for their ivory.
Just in Africa?
In the last 3 decades.
Wow. That's so sad.
It is.
I hope we get to see him before they come so rare that you visit.
Captive will be the only option before us. We know it.
I know. As a species, we really need to up our game.
We do.
These tusks do not do anything that people are claiming when they kill them for those reasons even. They don't have Viagra effects, they do not have health benefits. The only health benefit they have is to the elephant that's wearing them.
Yep. But then it states here, the reason why, this is the reason why poaching is such big business.
Yep.
One elephant tusk is worth 10 to 15,000 pounds.
Each.
Yes, that's just one. And on the black market in Asia, where they are used to make everything from billiard balls to piano keys to chopsticks.
God's sake. Wasted a beautiful life for a chopstick.
Yep.
I'm sorry if my head's blocking this bit, I just can't do it on
Oh no, we
any
can see
other
it
angle.
just.
This train. Before it comes off the rail, we know it's been a long time coming. We can't change the destination.
And for all those out there, this is another awful fact, but it's one that needs saying. For all those out there that go out and think it's good to be riding the elephants and watching elephants doing performances and painting in the streets, what they don't realise is what that elephant had to go through
Yeah, they tie
to
him
become
down a lot of
trained.
the time.
Yeah, the process known as Fajan, it involves tying the wild elephant up for several days. They then beat them into submission and lead them to starve with the goal of crushing their spirit. Once the spirit is crushed, they will then train the animal to do what they want to do.
Which is just awful.
It's a disgusting way and form of treating an animal.
I just want to put as well out there that this is in a lot of like Africa, Asia, and stuff
Africa,
like that.
Asia, yeah.
In actual
Tourist
accredited
industry.
zoos, the training is very different.
Yes.
Number one, they won't actually have them doing novel things. They like to show natural behaviours, but also when they do train them to do something, it's through something called positive reinforcement, and the elephant is basically like that. When it does something right, it gets a treat. But definitely don't support
No, this is with regard
the tourist
to
stuff.
tourist industry.
This
Those that
entertainment stuff is awful.
it is, yeah.
It's like I've been seeing a lot of articles lately with a tiger and piglets, and the story that is being posted on Facebook is completely false. It's actually a novelty zoo in somewhere in China, I believe, or Thailand, I can't remember. But they basically have like tiger cubs suckling off pigs and piglets suckling off other tigers.
Alright.
And it's basically for a photo opportunity. But what people don't realise is every time they pay to see this, tigers keep going missing out of the zoo, and they're currently being investigated for selling tiger parts on the black market. And always make sure whatever you visit is accredited or has got a really good reputation behind it. Don't go see these sideshows and roadside circuses and stuff like that, because they're just not good for the animals and they don't benefit anyone. All the official zoos will have conservation projects, and everything that you are actually doing, your tickets and everything else, they all go to the animals, whether that's looking after the animals in the zoo itself or the wild elephants. They'll send zookeepers out to protect areas and research and learn more, or join elephant orphanages, for example, and help out there. Whereas these novelty zoos just don't do that. And this is why I say I'm not against zoos in general. I'm just against the novelty side of it. It's you don't know how they've been trained or what they've done to them, and like Gemma said, most of the times it's torture. If it was a person that did that to, they'd be arrested by now.
So here's another little fact. If you're ever out on safari and an elephant lifts its trunk in your direction, it's more than likely smelling you. They have terrible eyesight, but a really keen sense of smell, so they will lift their trunk to smell in your direction.
That's quite interesting. And a lot of animals as well, they're smelling you when they lift their front lip up. It's called the phlegm, I think, response. And I don't know if I pronounced that right, but basically all of your all the scent glands, they're in the roof of the mouth. So like horses, when they lift the lip up and people are like, look at it smiling, they've smelt something either interesting or something they don't really like. It depends, I don't really know. They haven't really found out whether it's a likeable smell or not, but they know it's an interesting smell.
But I know from my old dog, Roxy, God rest her soul,
No.
Hez, she used to lift her lip when she disliked a smell.
Yeah, some dogs do. Big cats and stuff are known for doing it as well.
If you lit a cigarette near her, she would automatically get an Elvis face and lift one side of her lip.
Yeah.
She hated the smell of cigarette smoke.
We kind of pull the same face when we smell something we don't like.
Yeah, I do, quite often.
But they also do it during breeding season as well. Boys to see if females are in estrus and stuff like that. Which is why they're not sure if it's always because they don't like it. It'd be counterproductive if females smelt bad for males during breeding season.
Well, we do, kind of. It's nice to them, but yeah, to everyone else it's awful.
This is true. Do we have any questions?
Not as yet, no.
How is it running?
We seem to be running okay.
I just realised I didn't change the camera settings before we started. So I apologise for the flick rate. It's reset itself to American hertz instead of British. So what you're actually seeing is electricity. I will sort it when we go on live. When we go live again. Nearly there. I think I'm going to take a 5-minute break just to stretch my neck and get some fresh air because It's really hot. I'm gonna be honest, it's really uncomfortable now. But yeah, we're this close, and I am gonna finish it today because not only because I really want to start something and I really want to see what it looks like finished, but also because bless him, Charlie, you're driving me mental now, love. So you've got too many wrinkles.
That point.
The thing you love is also the thing you hate. That's why I picked him, because I enjoy it. Anyway, so I won't go offline. I'll just put a be right back up because
We will.
we will be. So see you soon. Hi everyone. We've just knocked the camera and Gemma's had to go get a delivery that's just arrived from the farm, so we'll be a few more minutes and then we'll be back to drawing again. Alright, see you soon. Hi again, we're just sorting the camera out because I'm a klutz and knocked it. You want to turn it this way a bit? That should be alright. So, back to Charlie. For those of you just joining us, Charlie is based in Africa at Pretoria Zoo, and he is an African elephant. This is my reference that I'm working from. It was provided by Clive Howard, so a big thank you to him. And today we are supporting the Wild at Life charity, which was nominated by Clive. So they rescue, rehabilitate and release wild animals all over the world, including elephants, and help with other conservation efforts. So it's a really good cause. Also, any donations will also be going to my Fair Feathers and Wild Endeavours project and the Conquered or Challenge project. Same project, two names, because I'm weird like that. So let's start with the shade. So the Fair Feathers and Wild Endeavours project actually is about disability and travel, and also about wildlife conservation and just awareness as a whole of both of those subjects, because I've been wanting to travel to Africa for quite a while, and most travel companies told me it is impossible because of my disability. There was no way they could get me there and provide everything that I needed, because I need things like electricity to charge my wheelchair and electricity to run my special pressure relief mattress, obviously wheelchair and various other pieces of equipment like hoists. Now we have found a company who is willing to take all that on, and our aim now is, well, the original aim was that I was going out there to paint wildlife, and from that we would do exhibitions and talks and stuff. And because of this experience, it's now kind of evolved into this disability awareness project as well. So I plan on filming every part of my journey from start to finish, from getting on the aeroplane and how we do that, to the accommodation, the equipment we use, and basically proving that it is possible, and hopefully encouraging travel to their game a little bit, because we live in a modern world and they really should start accommodating people of all needs, not just able people. We're still planning on doing the exhibitions afterwards, and our raising awareness of the animals that we actually see out there and the ones that I paint and photograph. A little bit like what we've been doing on this channel, talking about all the different facts about elephants and coaching and how you can help. And so hopefully at some point we'll get there. Conquered, the other project, is actually a spin-off from that, and that's more focused towards the abilities of disabled people. So there's a huge stereotype kind of thing that disability, kind of the word, it almost instantly depicts someone who's unable. And yeah, we're restricted in a lot of ways, but just because you're physically restricted doesn't mean your life has to be, and that's the whole point of Conquered. So I take challenges from people and we do various different things all over. We are actually planning a skydive at some point, which should be fun. I'm really looking forward to that, actually. I'm looking forward to it and slightly terrified because I'm afraid of heights, but mostly excited. Yeah, so if you've got any questions about elephants or the drawing I'm doing or disability or anything else, and you just want to chat, yeah, join us in the chat box and I will answer as we go. And my glamorous assistant Gemma is here and she's going to be reading out all of your comments, as well as also looking up interesting facts, because I gotta admit, I draw a blank when we go live and I know quite a lot about elephants. It's like all of this knowledge just disappears when you put on the spot. So yeah, she's helping me out in prompting as well. And we're also learning some quite interesting facts ourselves, I've got to admit. If you saw earlier, I can't actually remember one to hand, but there was a lot of facts that I didn't actually know. That must be, I think it stems from new research. Science is ever evolving. I love it. So right now I'm just building up the lights and darks. I'm using charcoal. This, as well as being something that I've actually been wanting to draw for a while, Charlie, it's also a bit of a test because I really wanted to see how long it would take me to finish something like this. And we're now on video 5 and I'm determining that this video will be the last video. So I really would like to get a mix out there, and I'll probably do maybe smaller but finished maybe in over a weekend or two rather than over the month. So obviously I want to keep it interesting for all of you as well. But I thought I've started this and I'm sure there's people out there who want to see what he looks like finished. So we will forge onwards. I gotta admit, I'm really enjoying doing all these wrinkles. It's just taking time to get it right. There's nothing more pleasing than when you find someone who knows that animal like Charlie's keepers, and if they can recognise him from this drawing, that'd be a great achievement for me. Means I've done a job well done. And I've managed to return and not leave the mute on.
Yay!
Bonus points! I just got a thought and checked it then, like, did I?
I know you did, I checked it as well.
We've done it so many times. So sometimes you might see me changing pencils, and part of that is because charcoal wears out really easily, so my points go. Oh, which reminds me, my glamorous assistant Gemma, can you sharpen please?
I can indeed.
But the other reason is that they're all different hardnesses. So the harder the charcoal is, the lighter the colour is. And the softer the charcoal is, the darker it is. So when we want to get these nice dark shadows, sometimes it's best to go in with a dark, a soft charcoal. And then sometimes I'll go over it with something harder just to blend it into the paper a bit more. I also have other blenders.
Just on camera.
And
I'll come up.
they all serve different purposes basically. So,
Right, one sec.
sorry?
I'm just gonna have to go in and sort.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, so different blenders have different purposes. I'll just show you. We've got, oops. We have these, which are kind of rubber tipped, but they don't work as erasers. They work just to smudge. They're quite good for softening areas, but also creating directional lines through it, depending on what edges you use. I've got lots of different types. And then we have paper stumps, which I personally love, and they create a much softer texture and don't leave any lines behind at all. So depending on what you're actually doing, they all have a relevant purpose, and I think I've used each of these through this whole thing because elephant skin is so varied. Gemma has just had to pop out, but if you do have any questions, feel free to leave a comment, because even though I can't see it right now, Gemma will read them all. She's only going to be about 5 minutes. It's the only thing about traditional drawing, I can't actually be near the computer. When we get around to doing the digital work, which I'm planning to do with the iPad, I can be positioned closer to the computer because that's where my digital station is. So I'll be able to read your comments myself. I have tried to get it up on my little iPod and my phone, but it's just not. It's not playing ball because they're quite old. So yeah, we can see we're getting a nice dark shadow in here. I'm just going to fill this highlight in a little bit and then use the smudge, because we don't want massive amounts of texture in this area because it's pushed back, you see, and the further away something is, the less in focus it is. Well, depending on where your eye is focused on, but I really want the trunk to be like the main feature. So we'll quieten all these other areas. Oh yeah, earlier I found out as well when we was discussing forest elephants and bush elephants, and I was saying about the savannah elephant. Now I've just found out bush and savannah are the same elephant, for anyone who was interested. And they are the largest, both the largest species and the largest mammal, well, the largest land mammal, should I say, on our planet. The only problem with these, if you use them with your mouth, I recommend taping the end, which I forgot to do, so I apologise if I start spitting things out, because the paper does kind of fall apart in your mouth. Same with, I normally tape the end of my pencils, because the paint comes off on the wood. You end up eating a lot of art materials as a art artist. Yeah, like I said, if you've got any questions, my assistant will be back shortly and she will read them out to me, so feel free to join us in the chat. And I will answer them as soon as I'm able. And if I don't know something, I'll find out for you. If I can. Hello.
Hello.
She has returned. Sorry?
Sorted.
Sorted. So I was just telling everyone if they had any questions to leave them on the chat and you would catch up with them.
I will indeed.
I don't know if we have any at the moment or not.
No, we haven't at the moment.
Cool. And sometimes I also use brushes for blending, which can be really good for like a softer effect. You've just got to be aware of the direction you're actually painting in and make sure that it goes with the animal, so match the direction of the wrinkles in the elephant's case, I guess. Other animals, it would be matching the contours of the fur to shape the animal and make it look more 3D. Oh yeah, can you sharpen that for me please? Thank you. And yeah, if you'd like to see any of the current, well, not current because this year we've kind of been shut in, but the most recent challenges that we've actually completed for Conquered, feel free to check out the rest of the camera. Other way. That's it. Feel free to check out the rest of my channel. We already have a few videos on there. Of course, after this. We have body painting and suspension and rock climbing, swimming in the sea. Building up quite the portfolio. swimming in the sea was quite a thrill for me as well, because I'm actually terrified of drowning. But I really enjoyed that. I often find fear stops us doing a lot of things and we miss out. And if we can just get around that, all of a sudden the world opens up. So I'm very much open to trying anything, really, and whether it's experiences or foods or painting styles. Life is for experimenting, and you can't say you don't like something if you've never tried it.
Don't knock it till you've tried it.
It's true. One of the main aspects of being physically disabled is that you have to kind of innovate and find ways around things, because if you just kind of accept that that thing is impossible. Don't get me wrong, there are some things I'll probably never be able to do, but where possible, we will find a way.
Give it a damn good go.
Yeah, exactly. I don't really go out with the Concord project. I don't really go out with the expectation of being successful. I go out with the idea of let's try it and see what happens, and if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work, and if it does, then we've achieved something new. But never be afraid of trying.
Save a soul and for God's sake, kill me. That's not nothing for me. I can submit to a skeleton key. Give me a bowl when you're hungry, well hell here I be. Yeah.
So, got any interesting facts, Gemma?
I've expelled them all, I think.
You've expelled them all.
Yeah, I went through that full list.
There is a limit of elephant.
It is, I'm afraid.
Let me explain why the echoes surround me. I don't know.
I'll tell you something I wasn't able to find, which you might be able to. I haven't been able to find much information on Charlie, like how old is he and stuff like that.
I will have a look. Where's he at?
Pretoria Zoo. I think it's called something else as well. If you type in Pretoria Zoo, it should tell you the name of
It should, yeah.
the proper name. You'll notice I don't stick to the same areas. I'll be like dancing around, and sometimes it's because I spot something, but generally it's also to keep it interesting. Or I notice a bit I've forgotten, and I'm a bit of a perfectionist. Sometimes you notice you haven't taken an area quite as dark or light as you could have. And as much as we don't like to take things too far when we're drawing, because there's only a limit to how much you can erase and do again, I always think try and push it as much as you can, because the more daring you are, it'll create a more dramatic kind of appearance and feel more realistic. He doesn't have to look exactly like any of the references as long as he looks exactly like Charlie. So the main important thing isn't to copy from the photo, it's actually to research your subject as much as you possibly can. I love how these wrinkles all crisscross. It's gonna look really good from a distance. Keep the dark. We may need to get another dark pencil out at some point. I'm getting shorter. Sometimes I'll even use the white pencil to smudge a little bit as well. It's not just useful for the lights itself, it's useful to blend.
Look out! I can't take no more. Well, come to think of it, yeah, I never could before. Hey girl, won't you give me some love? Come to think of it, I want it out. With this feeling, well, it's horrible. And I'm in between.
So right now I'm just taking these shadows a little bit darker, just so it doesn't blend in too much with the rest. Just brings a roundness. It does kind of feel like you're drawing like all 40,000 muscles, I swear to God.
Nerves. 40,000 nerves. Muscles is a lot more.
I'm sure it's muscles.
So muscles is over 100,000. Nerves. Sensitivity.
Next we compared it to the human, didn't we? 40,000 muscles with finger-like protrusion at the end. I know they've got a lot of nerves. But most sensitive animal. Or mammal.
It must be the nerves that I read.
I remember you saying they were the most sensitive.
That's where I've read it. Here it says an elephant trunk has 8 major muscles on either side and 150,000 muscle bundles in all.
150,000 muscles.
Muscle bundles in all.
Oh, National Geographic, you let me down. You told me it was 40,000.
There's 40,000 on the other one. There's 2 different things.
There's 40,000. Oh, you mean 2 different websites or 2 different?
2 different websites, so 2 different things.
So which one is the correct one? That's the question. Either way, it's a bloody lot. So it's dark in here. Not sure how much of it you can actually see because I'm aware I'm blocking some of it with my head, just so I can get the right point of the pencil. It always helps to keep rotating your pencil as well to keep the point going for longer. It's a huge shadow there. Never neglect your light and shade because that's what makes it 3D. And remember to not do what you think you see, what you actually see. If anyone's got any questions, feel free to join us in the chat or leave a comment. And then we'll read it out and I'll try and answer as best I can. About anything at all. And just keep it family friendly. Oh, bending down like this does have to get you back. So now stepping, well not stepping, but leaning back, I can see that this area needs to go even darker. Oh, I didn't told. Silly phone. quite a good elephant beat.
It is. Right, so Charlie fact.
Has anybody left a comment or question?
No, no comments as yet.
And the more you look at light, the more fascinating it is, because everyone thinks it just goes in one direction, but you always have reflected from somewhere else. So most of Charlie's shade on his trunk is down the middle, but both sides seem to be pretty well lit. It's the main light, and the other side is more reflected.
Okay, so on Charlie, I haven't found much, but what I can find is he's a 38-year-old male. That's what I've got here.
38 years old, he's got a lot to go yet then.
Is under a protected contract at Pretoria Zoo.
Right.
He originally came from Boswell Circus in 2001,
Oh, so it's
where
like a
he
rescue.
went. He went to Wange National Park, where he stayed for quite a while. He was born in the national park before he was taken to the circus.
Ah, right.
And he was born in 1982. And he went from the park to the circus in 1984. So at 2 years old, the park gave him to the circus. And then from the circus he went to Pretoria Zoo in 2001.
Wow.
Under a protection order. Now they have tried breeding with him, which he did manage one birth. A female was born from him, well, from his bull.
Partner, cow.
Yes. He had a daughter, but unfortunately she only lived 30 days.
Oh, bless her.
Now his name has changed since he was in the circus, so I don't actually know what the name is. But he was shipped about on loan quite a lot from the circus until going to the zoo.
He's been through and seen a lot before he ended up at the zoo.
He has.
At least we know he's well looked after now. Bless him. Oh, I really want to meet him now.
There's more information, but I really can't read it. It's in German.
Google Translate.
Got a lot to translate.
You can put the website in, the link, and it'll translate the whole page into English. Interesting. So he's been through so much, but he's still got a lot of life ahead of him, really.
And he's only lived half his life so far.
Yeah. Absolutely stunning animal. I wonder if we'll try breeding from him again at any point.
It's a long while since they did breed from him. 2011 they tried.
I think he lives with some females now. I'm sure one of the reference pictures has him.
Well, here's a little story about Charlie.
Alright.
Charlie is one of Africa's 4 elephants at Pretoria Zoo, and managed, this is back in 2003,
Right.
he managed to escape before having to be darted and transferred back to safety. It was noticed that 3 out of 4 of the elephants were taking evening strolls before they...
3 out of 4 elephants were taking evening strolls and none of the staff knew.
Yeah, and Charlie was the culprit.
He was the one letting them all out. I knew you had a character about you.
Following his daring stunt, he had to be kept under constant surveillance during the day and night in evenings to prevent him from further taking wandering and midnight strolls.
I can just see it now, like, damn, I got caught. Well, he never obviously never escapes the actual zoo. He just wanted to go for a wander.
Do you think due to his circus training he'd learned quite a lot of tricks of
like opening gates,
how to open
unlocking
things
and yeah. My old cockatiel, bless her heart, she actually learned how to unlatch her cage and let herself out. I wonder if they take him on little wanders when it's empty.
Yeah.
They're such curious animals. I've noticed with the lockdown, there's zoos in America that have been letting like the penguins and other animals wander around the zoo to like have a visitor experience, I guess. It was great. New form of enrichment. Can you imagine being the keeper who spotted the loose elephant? Like, there's not a lot you can really do with this thing. Considering I'm only doing half a trunk, it seems to be going on forever. But you think it's nearly finished, and then all of a sudden there's a little bit more.
Yeah, I can't find much more on him, I'm afraid.
That's quite nice, those facts.
Had a nice little story about his past and his fathering.
It's kind of sad that he had to start off with a circus, but
Unfortunately, that's where a lot of the captive elephants have come from.
I suppose it was very widely accepted at one point, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I've said to you before, I've watched quite a few programmes on the circus. As a child, I went to many circuses, and a lot of them had elephants, lions, tigers. And at the time, I didn't even think twice
No,
about it.
because it was just that was the way it was.
Yeah. I'll admit I held a baby tiger at a circus, and I sat on an African elephant at a circus.
Yeah.
Now to do certain things like that, it's amazing really that I got the opportunity to do that.
Well, yeah.
And as much as, yes, I do fully agree that animals shouldn't be used as they were in the circuses, I'll never forget it, and I don't regret doing it.
No. To be honest, the only thing I regret is the way we went about it.
This is it. If we could have sustained a decent lifestyle for the animals and made sure they were well cared for, then
And some
I don't
circuses
see a problem in it. But
sort of, they try their best.
yeah, there's a good documentary on, I think it's Netflix, that is about one of the circuses. It's a Canadian circus actually.
Alright.
And the way it's portrayed, they actually used to take their elephants on big walks and take them out to the local rivers.
Yeah.
They were never held in a small space. Now, whether that was just for TV, it could have been, but from watching the show, you could see that them animals were well cared for.
Yeah.
But you did, I do know from back then, you did have a lot.
There was a lot of abuse back in the
Abuse,
80s
yes.
and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm a bit younger than you, so we were just coming out of it at that point.
Yes.
Everything on the TV to do with circuses was about abuse by that point. But then there's, I suppose, movies from Grandma's era even featuring actresses on elephants and acrobats.
Yeah.
It interests me on the side of it. On one level, we're fascinated by them to the point of like displaying and circuses and stuff. But then on the other hand, there's a lot of people who would just not think twice about shooting one. And I think some of that also stems from where you've grown up. I mean, if it's a lot of things like, I suppose, if you've been raised with a farm and it's always been trashed by herds, you can see their point, but there are ways around it that we just need help, basically. We need to learn how to live with our animals rather than against them. Oh, my, I'm seizing up a bit. Okay.
This is a murder case, detective say. Suspects lie in the alleyway, no alibi.
So after I've blended some of this, I'm going to go over it again and just re-establish the highlights with the white pencil. Charcoal, I should say. But this just softens. Because not all of these highlights are hard. Some of them have hints coming through, especially where the reflected light is. So you'll notice I'm trying to leave the left side barer than the right, because that's going to be more dramatic. And the lower down to the ground we go, obviously the less light Trump sees. And the closer to certain body parts. So it varies. Even though there's a lot of fault in the trunk, it is quite a smooth surface. In between the folds anyway. Anything you've got to be aware of with smudging is sometimes you can actually lift shade out, which we don't really want too much of. In some zoos, elephants are actually trained to paint with their trunks. Some of them they just let do whatever they want, and some of them they're trained to follow slight body language cues from the zookeeper, so they know like whether to go left or right, up or down. So you'll get a really nice texture. not being too careful, but make sure it all goes in the right direction. I can use what I've smudged up there down here as well. Obviously I've dated the rubber on the end of the thingy. Wouldn't surprise me actually if he's learnt the waving behaviour he does in the zoo at the circus, you know.
Probably.
Waving back at people.
Yes.
Ooh, we're getting close to the end. Would you mind sharpening that and maybe finding another dark, please? If I've got one. Just redefine some bits where I've blended it and it's kind of lifted out a bit. Thank you. Is that fireworks going off?
It sounds like a crow banger, to be honest. I've got a feeling these have been dropped at some point.
They haven't even been used yet either. But you don't know what they've done to the in the purse, do you?
No, this is what I'm thinking. Is,
That's a good shot now as well.
yeah. getting shorter and shorter and snapping and snapping. I'm
Yeah.
afraid.
This one will do for now. Oh, is that the other one?
Yeah.
There's a chance I might have dropped it. So yeah, for those of you just joining us, if you have any questions about anything really, the animal I'm drawing, what I'm doing, disability, I will happily answer. Or if you just fancy a chat. I'm determining this is our last day doing Charlie now. We're on to video 5, so fresh subject next time.
So close. Oh, but there's a great distance between us. So approachable. Oh, but I just can't get to you. Oh, I'm stupid by this revelation. Yeah, I'm hooked. I'm on a tight leash. There ain't no escaping it. So far away. I just wanna touch your face. Like a light out of space between us. I just gotta touch you.
Have we got any questions?
No, it's very quiet at the moment.
So dark, I can barely see. Tiny holes in the imagery. I think I can still hear it, but it's slipping away from me. Don't fade away. Don't fade away, darling. Stay with me. Oh, oh, oh. Stay with me. It's a different place.
I know it looks like I'm going over the same lines again, but I promise it all make sense in the end.
My mind playing tricks on me. There was a time when I could close my eyes and still see you right in front of me. Don't fade away. Don't fade away, my darling. Stay with me. Oh, oh, oh. Stay with me. Oh, distant melody reminding me that you're gone, that you're gone. Don't fade away. Fade away, darling.
There you are.
Stay with me. Stay with me. Oh,
Yeah, look at that face.
Fade away, my darling. Stay with me. Oh, stay with me. To my knees, it's so sharp to see, twisted and grown wildly. If you gotta, I know you wanna. So you think you got what it takes? Ain't
Do you want to pass me a drink, please? So if there's anyone watching, let us know where you're from and have a chat with us in the chat box or in the comments.
Yeah, but one of my friends has followed and subscribed to you about an hour ago.
Oh, cool.
Octane. Can't quite remember where she's from right this second. I know she's not local.
One leg.
Go.
No cure to relieve obsession. I'm no victim. I wanna listen. Stop wasting my
Hmm. Wouldn't surprise me if some of the patterns in this skin's inspired like fabric patterns,
Yes.
like the triangles and stuff like that. I'm just looking at the trunk thinking, that would look really cool on top of. Keep holding back on these shadows and thinking it's more violence with the pencil. Is anyone out there viewing?
No. Just a moment.
You're changing your mind with the seasons.
We're on that time of day though where there's a lot that'll be
We are.
off eating
I
and
may take the opportunity to have a snack myself.
yes, rather peckish.
Right, so I'm gonna go offline and come back because I don't want to do another be right back because this playback's going to be huge when it saves to YouTube. It's more likely to corrupt, so. So thank you for watching, and what time is it?
We are at 8 PM.
We'll be back about 9, I think.
An hour.
Yeah, an hour should be long enough. Alright, see you then.